House will come to order. The House will be in order. The late chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 13th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Bost to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties and the time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leader and the minority whip are limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall the debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, January 13th, in Washington, we're in a little bit of a hiatus waiting for a new administration and for a new Congress to begin the process of bringing forward new policy proposals and a budget. But in the meantime, just in the last 13 days, we have seen really, I think, groundbreaking, exciting developments for the people of this country as a result of legislation that was passed in 2022 and 2023 and implemented by the Biden administration. The first is the PACT Act. In 2022, after 5 years of hard-fought advocacy by veterans groups all across the country, this measure basically opened the door for veterans of the Vietnam War era, but also in the Middle East era, who suffered horrible cancers, heart disease, life-threatening conditions, to make sure that they connected to the VA healthcare system and get the help that they need. Basically, what it did in 2022 was allow veterans who served in those parts of the world, in those conflicts, who suffered from 23 different illnesses. We're talking about cancers, heart disease, again, life-threatening illnesses, to be able to avoid the gymnastics of having to prove to the VA where they were on such and such a date and how they were exposed to a burn pit or to Agent Orange. And as a result of that, we've seen over 1.4 million veterans nationwide have their PACT Act claims approved, and over 384,000 Vietnam, Gulf War, and post-9/11s actually get newly enrolled in the healthcare system. 6 million toxic exposure tests were done as a result of this law. Last week, on January 8th, Secretary McDonough of the VA announced that another 5 illnesses are going to be added to the presumptive eligibility structure of the PACT Act claim system. And again, we're talking about very serious illnesses in terms of additional cancers and myelomas that today don't get the benefit of that fast-track process of getting their claims approved and getting the help that they need. Again, this is making a big difference in my district, the 2nd Congressional District of Connecticut, which is home of the oldest submarine base in our nation's history, with about 9,000 sailors and many retirees serving in the area there. Over 4,025 veterans in the district have filed PACT Act claims. That's more than double the rest of the congressional districts in the state of Connecticut. This has made a meaningful difference in the lives of people who wore the uniform of this country, and again, because of their service, incurred service-connected injuries that for many, many years had long been denied health coverage. And I want to congratulate Secretary McDonough as he leaves his post for the swift implementation of the 2022 law. In addition, Mr. Speaker, on January 1st, the Department of Health and Human Services announced that a $2,000 out-of-pocket cap is going to be initiated for seniors on the Medicare Part D program. Again, 53 million seniors across the country use Part D. And again, because of the co-payment structure, many of them paid far in excess of $2,000 out of pocket. Starting on January 1st, because of the Inflation Reduction Act, the prescription drug reforms that took place as a result of that, there will be a hard cap that no one will have to pay more than $2,000 during a calendar year for prescription drug coverage. For people who suffer from chronic illnesses such as MS and other cancers, this is a life-changing transformation in terms of both their health care coverage and delivery, but also their financial circumstance, which for many, many years, despite Part D being enacted back in 2002, they were incurring costs far in excess of $2,000. And again, the numbers are really in the hundreds of thousands and millions of people who are going to benefit because of that new cap. And again, I want to congratulate Secretary Becerra for the swift implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act, which unfortunately was a very tough vote that took place in 2023, but it is paying off in real life benefits for 53 million elderly and people on disability who rely on the Medicare system to get their life-saving medication and drugs. Again, this is real change that again, means something in real life for people. And hopefully, with this new Congress, we're going to follow up with this. We can extend that prescription drug benefit by passing the Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act, which would extend these Medicare cost controls for prescription drugs to working age families, to people's employment-based plans. Why not? Why should they have to pay more than not just now their fellow Americans on Medicare, but also people all across the globe? Let's pass that law. Let's help the Americans of this country in the next Congress. I yield back.
Gentleman, time expired. Gentleman kneels back. For what the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even as his time in office is coming to an end, President Biden and his administration are still forcing out-of-touch mandates on the American people. To confront President Biden's Green New Deal agenda, I am proud to reintroduce the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act, which passed this House in a bipartisan manner in the last Congress. This legislation would ensure that California is unable to move forward with a ban on the sale of gasoline-powered vehicles. This dramatic change would alter the way that vehicles across our nation are sold, at a time when our electric grid is not prepared to meet the demands of a fully electric fleet. It's time to put a stop to the Biden administration's far-left agenda. It's time to allow American drivers to be able to choose the vehicle that they want to drive. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the election in this past November was a loud and clear signal from the American public that they want a secure border and safe streets. That's why my Republican colleagues and I are quickly moving legislation to secure our border and ensure that violent criminals are removed from our communities. The Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act would make any sexual offense committed by illegal immigrants a deportable offense and would ensure that they are banned from these United States. This common sense legislation is just one step toward creating safer streets and communities for Pennsylvania families and for all Americans. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as President Trump prepares to begin his second term in office, the Biden administration is trying to limit his ability to ensure that our nation is energy dominant once again, this time by banning drilling from certain federal lands. Like President Trump, I know that energy independence moves us away from relying on foreign actors for our energy resources, while also helping our allies remove their dependence on adversarial nations as well. As Vice Chair of Energy and Commerce, I look forward to working with President Trump and his administration to unleash our nation's energy production. Together, we, as Americans, can lower prices at the pump and protect our national energy security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. And I just want to start by welcoming all of our new members to the 119th Congress and to this esteemed chamber. And I look forward to finding a way that we can work together to better our country. I am introducing myself as one of the proud co-chairs of the bipartisan Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth. And I'm here to tell you that protecting our kids is not a partisan issue. And I'm inviting you to join us in protecting our most valuable asset in this country, our future workforce, our children. In any given year, there are 390,000 children and youth who experience foster care in the United States. Foster care impacts every congressional district across the country, regardless of whether it's red or blue or urban or rural. And our members come from all over the country and have vastly different backgrounds and experiences. However, we all share one thing in common, and that is a commitment to finding solutions that aim to improve the lives of children in care. You know, last Congress, we made great strides in child welfare policy by working across the aisle to deliver real results for children and families. In July of last year, the Supporting America's Children and Families Act passed unanimously through the Ways and Means Committee. And in September, it passed this House by a vote of 405 to 10. This bill provided the first major increase in child welfare funding in almost 20 years and reauthorized Title IV-B funding for another 5 years. It also included provisions to prevent states from separating families solely on the basis of poverty, strengthen the Indian Child Welfare Act, recover overdue child support by intercepting federal tax funds, expand evidence-based services to prevent abuse and neglect, and support foster youth transitioning out of care, among other important provisions. I am so proud to say that the Supporting America's Children and Families Act was signed into law by President Biden on January 4th, 2025. This feat was made possible by bipartisan efforts from members of the Ways and Means Committee and the Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth. This bill is proof that we have one theme uniting us, regardless of our parties, that our children and youth deserve loving, stable, and safe homes. As a member of the Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth, your fresh ideas and new perspectives will help address the ever-changing challenge that foster youth in our country face. You will hear directly from advocates, child welfare professionals, and even children and families with lived experience on how we policymakers can better the foster care system. The caucus's largest event is Shadow Day, where our members spend the day with the former foster youth. This allows us to learn about issues facing children involved in the child welfare system directly from people with lived experience. Our goal is to turn their feedback into action. So, if you care about the well-being of our most vulnerable children and families, like I know all of you do, please join at us as a member of the Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth. We'll be having our Welcome Back event on Tuesday, February 11, from 10 a.m. to noon, and it's open to members and staff willing to learn about issues related to foster youth. I hope to see you there. Thank you so much. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's everywhere. You can't avoid it in the news, and it shouldn't be avoided. It's so horrible. The fires we have now in Southern California that are devastating, so much there, so much value, so much lost, and up to 24 lost lives now. It's an incredibly unnecessary happening. They've been raging in LA. It happens every year with the Santa Ana winds. But up in the Northern California portion that I represent, we've had that devastation already many times. town of Paradise, town of Greenville, town of Canyon Dam, and others completely obliterated. Now, our Governor Gavin Newsom has been up there to see those fires, especially the Paradise one, when President Trump came to Paradise and visited to see the devastation. So at the time, President Trump asked him and others, what are you doing to clear the land in such a way that makes it less fire prone, to rake the forest floor? And people made fun of that word rake, which actually is a technical term for some of the equipment used in forestry, to make sure areas can be a little more fire safe by thinning trees, removing brush, removing dead material on that. So the question is, as Governor Newsom goes out on site and waves his arms and tells us it's someone else's fault, then what has he learned in the last 6 years? And more importantly, what has he applied since he had this photo op in Paradise as the new governor of California? It looks like not much action. Certain promises are made to be aggressive on land management in California, and certain claims are made, but the actual numbers are 1/5 of the amount claimed that had been treated, the work that had been done in California. So we've seen time after time, more and more fires. The Camp Fire in Paradise, listed here, 85 lives lost, 90% of the homes. The Car Fire near Redding, the Zog Fire on the other side of Redding. The Park Fire last year, 400,000 acres from Chico all the way up to Mount Lassen. The Dixie Fire, 1 million acres. This is all Northern California. Now, Southern California is getting international coverage, and rightfully so. So what are we going to do? What is Newsom going to do? Well, he wants to blame it on climate change. And so we see time and time again, we're hearing about climate change. We're hearing about carbon dioxide. Well, here's the same chart I show often on this floor. Carbon dioxide represents 0.04% of the atmosphere, and it's barely changed. Look at the rest of the chart, what isn't CO2. And they want to just make it a climate change story. So what are we doing to make things more fire resilient in Southern California? This is a reservoir, the Santa Ynez Reservoir, just up the hill from Pacific Palisades. The portion on the right here is what it looks like more or less when it's full. Here's what it looks like presently. It's empty. It's been empty since last February. They've been fooling around for nearly a year, supposedly repairing the cover over the thing. And so it holds 117 million gallons of water. And they report to us that there's 3 1-million-gallon tanks that ran out by the third one by 3 a.m. on the night of the fire above Pacific Palisades. What would another 117, approximately 40 times the storage of those 3 tanks, been able to do for them had it been available? Had the maintenance been done? Well, the governor's going to start an investigation on it now, kind of like when he starts an investigation on high gas prices due to policies he does to drive up the cost of fuel and make it not available and make the refineries not available and not quit drilling for fuel in California, which we have so much abundance of near that Bakersfield area, et cetera. So what are we doing here? Why is this empty? Why has it been empty for nearly a year to make a little repair in the cover that may have been able to be done by reservoir staff? It's incompetence at all levels here. And so what do we have going on? Is there enough water supply? He says, well, we have plenty of water. Well, presently, next poster, this is Shasta Dam in Northern California. Let's flip it over, please. And we have, it's dumping water right now. It's dumping water out because it still has 1 million acre-feet of space left. But it's dumping water because they want to have room at the top to conserve for more weather. Okay, I guess I understand that. But what are they doing with that water down below? Newsom's plans have stopped the Delta pumps from running at full capacity to fill other water systems around the state, such as San Luis Reservoir, which is about 70% full right now and doesn't have a storage problem for flood, as well as making sure the aqueducts are filling all the other reservoirs, such as the one we just looked at, Santa Ynez. They could fill that in a short amount of time. The amount of water that runs out due to wasted running through the Delta in an hour would fill that Santa Ynez Reservoir. And it would take a long time locally because they have to rely on either wells or coming from some other water source we haven't quite ascertained yet because it's hard to find the information. So
the gentleman's time has
Governor
expired.
Newsom, are you going to help or are you going to be a detriment and just go on camera and blame everybody else and blame the president? We need real work done to make fire conditions much safer in California and the West.
Time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Chow now recognizes a gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fischbach, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump's 2017 tax package created Section 199A, a 20% small business deduction to help small businesses and family farms like those in my district. In fact, 3 out of 4 small business employers in this country have benefited from this tax provision. Unfortunately, this deduction is one of many set to expire this year. The National Federation of Independent Businesses has circulated a petition which has over 100,000 signatures, urging Congress to make this vital tax deduction permanent and stop a massive tax hike on our small businesses. I urge my colleagues to listen to our local business owners and join me in supporting making the 199A deduction permanent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until the hour of 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, you who never change, nor change your mind, accompany us into this day. Shine your steady light onto our proceedings and reveal your unwavering wisdom. Illumine every good and perfect gift that you offer us this day. And as we approach, may we approach with alacrity the tasks ahead, but never let us deceive ourselves to think that we can do them all on our own. But let us seek your assistance in our efforts. As we commit ourselves to our labors, let us not assume that it is our own strength which will carry the weight of the day, but our reliance on you to enable us to bear our burdens. Remind us again that all we have and all that we strive to do were yours to give us, and yours to entrust, however long, into our keeping. In the time that we have, may we steward your gifts with integrity and in accordance with your divine counsel. Let us then be quick to listen and slow to speak, rejoicing in the privilege we have to serve you again this day. Unto you we offer our prayers, and do so calling on the strength of your name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
With me, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fall of the dictator Assad of Damascus is equivalent to the fall of the Berlin Wall, liberating Central and Eastern Europe, now leading to liberating the Middle East and North Africa. It is known that war criminal Putin and the regime in Tehran have lost a murderous puppet. War criminal Putin is trying to evacuate his bases. The Iranian regime is pivoting to support the Houthis in Yemen to attack American shipping. The terrorist regimes in Moscow and Iran are more vulnerable than ever. President Donald Trump wants to achieve peace through strength, working with our allies Turkey and Saudi Arabia. Additionally, we know that he will be restoring the Abraham Accords, which will bring security for Israel and stability for the people of Syria and Lebanon, including the legitimate government of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Donald Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans leaked their plans for how they're going to cut taxes for their rich friends at the expense of regular working period. Newsflash, it's awful, awful, awful. A recent analysis of the Trump tax plan found that it would, on average, cut taxes for the richest 5% of Americans and raise taxes on everyone else, the 95% of the population who doesn't hang out at Mar-a-Lago. And to pay for this sick and twisted plan that screws over regular people, they want to totally gut the federal programs that help regular people. They want to cut the SNAP benefits by hundreds of billions of dollars, slashing the food budgets of millions of Americans by nearly a third. They want to rip health care away from people and block access to economic security programs for hardworking American families. That's the Republican playbook. Attack regular people and shower corporations and the ultra-rich with tax breaks and hope that it trickles down. Let's reject this disgusting plan, invest in our anti-poverty safety net, let's support our middle class, and let's end hunger now. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise it, extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'm showing you here is what a managed forest looks like here and an unmanaged forest looks like here. In my district in Northern California and much of the West, forests burn millions of acres year after year, such as a 1 million acre fire in my district a couple years ago, 600,000 acre, on and on it goes, because the lands are not managed. They're not allowed to be managed by environmental lawsuits and stuff. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, has promised, after 6 years of office when he came to my district in Paradise, to do more. And so he said, we have done all this acreage, we have done all this work, which actually he overstated by 5 times. Here, we have now the situation in Southern California where this brush is catching on fire, and in the high winds, it's just a tinderbox that blows into the neighborhoods and burns down Pacific Palisades and all the others affected like that. They have suspended their brush program there. So Gavin Newsom can't point to say, we've done all this great stuff here and blame everybody else like he does, waving his arms around. Instead, they have not done the work. And they've put people in danger as well as the issue with water in California flowing out to the Pacific instead of being stored to help keep their storage facilities full so they can fight fire.
The gentleman's time
It's
has expired.
mismanagement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak to the House.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the floor of Congress to speak out against the ban on TikTok that will take place in 6 days on January 19th. I call on President Biden and President-elect Trump to put a pause on this ban so 170 million Americans don't lose their free speech, and millions of Americans' livelihood will be ended if this ban takes place. We need to be for free speech. We can protect Americans' data. We can protect us from foreign interference on algorithms, but we should not ban TikTok. I call on others to join me in standing up for free speech and opposing this TikTok ban. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on January 10, 2025 at 4 p.m., set to contain the economic report of the President, together with the annual report of the Council on Economic Advisors. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk of the House.
The clerk will read the message.
To the Congress of the United States, in the last 4 years, America has overcome some of the most challenging economic conditions in our history. When I took office, our economy was in the grips of the worst pandemic in a century, and decades of trickle-down politics had left us especially vulnerable to its shocks. Hundreds of thousands of businesses had closed, and millions of Americans risked losing their homes. Unemployment was high, and the risk of long-term damage was real. My administration responded with a new economic playbook to rebuild our economy from the middle out and bottom up, not the top down. Since then, we've made historic investments in our nation and in the industries of the future. We've stood by unions and helped to create a record 16 million jobs. We've fought to lower costs for consumers and to give small business a fair chance to compete. Today, our economy has not only recovered, it has emerged stronger, laying the foundation for a promising new chapter in the American comeback story. My Council of Economic Advisors has prepared this report, examining actions taken both ease the pandemic's immediate impact and strengthen our economy over the long term, to help ensure we learn the right lessons as a nation and to build on the historic progress we've made. Our work began right away with the American Rescue Plan, one of the most consequential recovery packages in history. To reopen our economy, we knew we had to defeat COVID-19, so we launched unprecedented vaccination efforts. We got immediate economic relief out of tens of millions of families who needed it most. We expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in half to its lowest rate in history. And we sent funding directly to every state, city, and town in the nation, keeping police on the beat and teachers in the classroom, families in their homes, and small businesses on their feet, preventing a wave of scarring bankruptcies, defaults, and evictions. At the same time, the pandemic has snarled supply chains and set off widespread labor shortages, driving up costs worldwide. In response, my administration immediately convened businesses and labor to unclog our ports and get goods flowing. Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine further increased food and gas prices. In response, I directed the largest release of fuel from our strategic reserve in history to ensure that our energy markets were well supplied. And we challenged oil and gas companies to reinvest record profits in domestic production, which has reached all-time high under my administration. And we took steps to promote competition across industries, boosting transparency and lowering costs for consumers. Our approach worked. Inflation is down significantly from its peak and is now close to pre-pandemic levels. Together, we've achieved the elusive soft landing of lower inflation, steady employment, strong economic growth, and rising real wages, which most observers said was impossible. But ending the economic crisis alone was never enough. I ran for president to set the American economy on a stronger, long-term course by breaking from the trickle-down orthodoxy that has failed our nation for decades. That theory holds that by cutting taxes for the very wealthy, benefits will trickle down to everyone else. But in truth, not a lot has ever trickled down onto most folks' kitchen tables. Instead, inequality grew and America slid deeper into debt. I have a different approach. I believe the best way to build America is to invest in America, in American products and American people. And the best way to grow our economy is to grow the backbone of our nation, the middle class. That's what my Investing in America agenda has done. Through landmark laws that shore up our infrastructure, our manufacturing base, and our people. Together, these are some of the most significant investments in America since the New Deal. For decades, American infrastructure has been neglected, but our bipartisan infrastructure law is finally modernizing the nation's roads, bridges, ports, airports, transit systems, and more, removing every lead pipe in America so every child can drink clean water, and providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live. And it's making sure these projects are done with American products and American workers, creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying new jobs, many of them union jobs. For too long, American factories have moved overseas, taking vital industries with them. Now our CHIPS and Science Act is bringing manufacturing home, already attracting nearly $450 billion in manufacturing investments to build massive new semiconductor factories, equipping America to lead industries of future. At the same time, our Inflation Reduction Act is making the most of significant investment in fighting climate change in history, not only putting America on track to halve carbon emissions by 2030 and promoting our energy abundance and security, but also creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying clean energy jobs. I know all too well Americans still too often struggle to afford life-saving prescription drugs, and sometimes are even forced to choose between medicine and rent. It's wrong. The Inflation Reduction Act also takes historic steps to change that, capping total out-of-pocket costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, slashing insulin for seniors to $35 a month, down from as much as $400, and finally, giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices across the board. And it has expanded health insurance through the Affordable Care Act, bringing the share of uninsured Americans to record lows. The impact of these efforts is just starting, and the full effects will be felt over the next decade. But there is no question that our nation today is the best positioned on earth to win the competition for the 21st century. We've laid a foundation of possibilities that will make life a little easier for millions of Americans and can propel America forward for decades. Today, we hand the incoming administration the world's strongest economy. The next 4 years will determine if America builds on that strength or slides back into the old trickle-down approach that only benefits those at the very top. I believe that the transformative investments we've made are already deeply rooted in our nation, and therefore too costly politically and economically to reverse. At this inflection point, I hope that our playbook serves as a model for how to fight for the middle class and give working families a fair shot, forging a stronger, more secure, and prosperous America for generations to come. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Referred to the Joint Economic Committee and ordered printed.
Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 192.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 192, a bill to amend Title 49 United States Code to require Amtrak to include information on base pay and bonus compensation of certain Amtrak executives and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 192.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 192 was introduced by Representative Rouser, and I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor on this bill. The bill is intended to ensure that annual bonuses awarded to Amtrak's top executives are made public at the beginning of every calendar year. Amtrak relies heavily on government subsidies, and during more than 50 years of existence, it has never made a profit. Nonetheless, Amtrak executives have been awarded generous six-figure bonuses despite financial losses and service issues. The disclosure of such huge payouts rightfully outrages the public and members of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. This bill is a strong step towards transparency and accountability for Amtrak executives and Amtrak's board of directors, which awards the bonuses. I very much appreciate the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Rouser's work on this legislation, and I would urge adoption by the House. And with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Amtrak Executive Bonus Disclosure Act. This bill would require Amtrak to post the executive leadership team compensation annually on the Amtrak website. Congress already requires the nation's intercity passenger railroads to submit this information to Congress. This bill would increase transparency of the information to the public and require it to be posted online as well, as Amtrak has now done for the last 2 years. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, at this time, I would yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina. The bill is sponsored, Mr. Rouser.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank my friend. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, the Amtrak Executive Bonus Disclosure Act, which increases accountability and transparency at Amtrak by requiring public disclosure of taxpayer-funded bonuses given to its top executives. Amtrak was created 55 years ago by Congress as a for-profit entity to relieve our nation's vital freight railroads of their obligation under law to provide what had proved to be an unprofitable intercity passenger rail service. Since then, Amtrak has done no better. They have failed to ever make a profit and struggle to provide adequate service. Even with the post-pandemic improvements in ridership, staggering financial losses remain. In 2023, Amtrak lost more than $1.7 billion, despite collecting $11 billion in taxpayer subsidies and almost $22 billion in advance funding from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Amtrak's delays and customer service failures were front and center the day after Christmas, just a month ago, when a Northeast Corridor train didn't board any passengers at Washington's Union Station. 100 customers were stranded during the busiest travel time of the year when operations should be the most efficient. Amtrak is also hampered with project delays. Delayed projects lead to cost overruns and significant revenue losses. For example, its new Acela 2 train service for the Northeast Corridor is more than 3 years behind schedule, with no firm date on when it will enter service. This delay has led to a $140 million loss in revenue, according to a 2023 OIG report. Relying on government bailouts to make up for losses must end. Despite this track record, and no pun intended, the American Board of Directors awarded the company's 15 executives more than $9 million in bonuses during the last 2 years. Congress, Amtrak employees, and the public were shocked and outraged, and rightly so, to discover such generous and questionable awards paid largely by taxpayers. The Transportation Workers Union, which represents 1,500 Amtrak service workers, called these bonuses an affront to every Amtrak worker and American taxpayers, which is why the TWU endorsed this bill during the previous Congress when it last passed the House. While Amtrak has taken steps to be more transparent about their executives' bonuses, they only did so after a hearing before the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. Congressional oversight and influence should not be necessary for this information to be made public, but unfortunately, it is. And it is why this bill has been brought to the floor today, to require Amtrak to publish its annual executive bonus awards on its website, providing passengers, employees, and taxpayers with transparency regarding how their tax dollars are being spent. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves.
I don't have any more speakers, so I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Chairman Graves, Representatives Frederica Wilson, Troy Nels, and Dave Rouser for working together to bring this very important legislation forward to increase transparency for the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. It's a good bill, should pass. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 192, it provides the necessary transparency for Amtrak. This legislation passed the House last Congress under suspension of the rules by a voice vote, and I look forward to it passing again today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge support of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 192? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 152.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 152, a bill to amend the Disaster Recovery Reform Act of 2018 to develop a study regarding streamlining and consolidating information collection and preliminary damage assessments and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 152.
That objection so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 152, the Federal Disaster Assistance Coordination Act, is a common-sense bill that's going to streamline and consolidate the collection of information following a disaster. While the Federal Emergency Management Agency is the lead federal agency on disasters, there are often many federal agencies involved in disaster response and recovery. I have experienced firsthand just how frustrating it can be when these federal agencies fail to work together following a natural disaster. That's why I'm proud to support H.R. 152, which would address this concern by amending a FEMA-led working group created in the Disaster Recovery Reform Act of 2018. Specifically, the working group is going to develop a plan to make the collection of information from disaster survivors less burdensome, duplicative, and time-consuming. This working group is also going to coordinate with the Council of Inspectors General on integrity and efficiency to identify ways to reduce duplication and streamline the federal damage assessment process. And I want to thank the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell, for his leadership on this legislation. And with that, I would urge support and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves and the gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 152, the Federal Disaster Assistance Coordination Act. This legislation amends the Disaster Recovery Reform Act to help federal agencies streamline and consolidate information collection and preliminary damage assessments following disasters. After a major disaster, there is no time to wait for bureaucracy. However, federal recovery assistance following disasters is currently hampered by inefficient information collection and assessments conducted by multiple agencies. This bill will remove information collection barriers that currently impede disaster aid. It creates a working group to identify duplicative assessments and propose their elimination. Further, it would streamline federal disaster recovery efforts by concluding that a single agency is sufficient to conduct damage assessments to account for the needs of disaster victims. The federal government can and should be doing this smarter. I support this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 5 minutes to the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Zell.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my legislation, which aims to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of disaster assistance. Unfortunately, none of us are strangers to the effect of natural disasters, and we've all had these problems in our hometowns. Right now, we're seeing such events that are threatening lives, damaged property, strained local, state, and federal resources. In the aftermath, millions of Americans are left seeking help to rebuild their lives and their communities. However, when seeking necessary federal relief, applying for disaster assistance can be a frustrating and confusing process. This leads to delays, frustration, and even disqualification from receiving the aid. This is where my bill comes in. H.R. 152 works to eliminate inefficiencies and expedite the application process by ensuring only one information submission is needed. Survivors are already facing difficult circumstances, and the application process should not add to their stress. H.R. 152 represents a crucial step forward toward achieving a more effective disaster recovery system that prioritizes the needs of Americans and ensures they receive the help in a timely manner. I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
I reserve, and I am prepared to close.
And the gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, sir. As stewards of taxpayer dollars, we need to ensure that we're spending our money as efficiently as possible. Government should work, and as we've seen in fires in Oregon, hurricanes in North Carolina, in Florida, and currently the horrific fires in Los Angeles, when people suffer from a natural disaster, it is imperative that they get the help that they need. They've lost everything, and the last thing we should be doing is dragging them through duplicative bureaucracy. That's why this bill is so important. This bipartisan bill passed the House on suspension in the 116th, 117th, and 118th Congresses. This bill will help disaster survivors by taking a step towards streamlining the federal government's fragmented approach to disaster assistance. I urge my colleagues to support it, and hopefully the Senate will move it through. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, H.R. 152, it's a good government bill that's going to help improve disaster recovery efforts. It has previously passed the House in the 116th, the 117th, the 118th Congresses. And I'd urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 152? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
For what gentleman seek recognition?
I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 153.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 153, a bill to provide for an online repository for certain reporting requirements for recipients of federal disaster assistance and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 153.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 153, the Post-Disaster Assistance Online Accountability Act, will increase transparency for post-disaster federal assistance. H.R. 153 will do this by requiring agencies that provide federal disaster assistance to update a central website quarterly with information on their disaster assistance programs. That way, the American taxpayer can see exactly where their hard-earned dollars are going. H.R. 153 passed the House in the 116th, 117th, and 118th Congresses, and I'd urge continued support for this common sense legislation. I want to thank the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell, for his leadership on this important legislation. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 153. This bill would create a new online system for tracking federal disaster projects and assistance. People should know how and where their disaster funds are being spent without wading through reams of government paperwork. The legislation simplifies the data collection process for federal disaster recovery projects. To increase transparency, this bill also creates a page on usaspending.gov where anyone can track agency disaster recovery activities and the amount of assistance expended by the agency on a quarterly basis. Federal agencies need to be accountable to the victims of disasters and for the taxpayers that fund these agencies' really important work. We also need to allow federal disaster victims the peace of mind when they are at their most vulnerable. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me and support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman recognized. The gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the legislation, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today and speak on my bill, H.R. 153, the Post-Disaster Assistance Online Accountability Act, which aims to improve transparency in the federal disaster assistance process. When disaster strikes, the priority is to save lives and to help communities recover. However, in doing so, one of the biggest challenges in the aftermath of a disaster is ensuring that aid is distributed fairly and timely to those who need it most. Transparency builds trust in government. Without clear information, communities may feel left in the dark about how aid is being allocated. This is where the Post-Disaster Assistance Online Accountability Act comes in. This bill requires FEMA to publicly share key information about the damage caused by disasters and how assistance is being distributed. It ensures the public can track recovery efforts in real time and understand how resources are being allocated. This helps communities, local governments, and organizations involved in recovery make more informed decisions. The bill also mandates that FEMA provide detailed, easy-to-access data, such as the extent of the damage, the areas affected, and the estimated cost of recovery. Ultimately, this bill holds FEMA and the government accountable to the American people. By strengthening trust, the H.R. 153 is a vital step toward building a more transparent, responsive disaster recovery system. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman Missouri reserves.
I reserve. I have no more speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House passed this bipartisan bill on suspension in the 116th, 117th, and 118th Congresses. I look forward to the Senate taking this bill up, given how important it is with the massive natural disasters that we're seeing, and I certainly hope that we, in Congress, fund the IT infrastructure so that we can get this done and get this done quickly. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I hope we can continue to show support for this common sense accountability measure that's going to help improve transparency for federal disaster spending. With that, I urge support of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 153? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Depending on the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are. What,
I'd ask
the gentleman seek recognition.
I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 164.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 164, a bill to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to authorize federal agencies to provide certain essential assistance for hazard mitigation for electric utilities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 164.
As ordered.
With that, Mr.
Without
Speaker,
objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following a natural disaster, electric utilities work tirelessly to restore power to their customers. However, because of FEMA's problematic interpretation of Section 403 of the Stafford Act, once power is restored, even with temporary measures, electric utilities are deemed ineligible for reimbursement for permanent work and mitigation efforts. As a result, electric utilities are treated differently than any other critical infrastructure, even though building mitigation into our power systems reduces costs for future disasters. H.R. 164 is going to address this by clarifying that electric utilities may build in mitigation measures that provide essential assistance and does not disqualify electric utilities from permanent work eligibility later in the disaster recovery process. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge support and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 164, my legislation with Representative Ezell. This bill empowers publicly owned electrical utilities to implement hazard mitigation improvements during disaster recovery. When disasters strike, they leave a trail of destruction, including damaged energy infrastructure that needs to be immediately repaired to restore power. At the same time, this can present an opportunity to improve the resilience of power infrastructure to reduce the risk of outages or fires in the future. I've spoken with many FEMA employees, and they feel like they have their hands tied because of rules that are in place that prevent them from being able to fund investments in resilience and infrastructure. And as we're seeing more extreme weather because of climate change, we need to step up and spend taxpayer dollars more efficiently and better. And that means that we have to change this law because the current law prevents FEMA from reimbursing utilities for hazard mitigation as they make temporary disaster repairs. This leads to wasted opportunity, more frequent power outages, and higher costs passed on to ratepayers. Common sense solutions like H.R. 164 are more critical than ever to keep energy costs low for American families. This bill maximizes FEMA's resources and helps communities protect critical infrastructure, leading to lower costs for utilities and families in the wake of future disasters. And more importantly, it allows us to use taxpayer dollars to invest in resiliency as we're seeing more extreme weather coming at us every single day. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to thank publicly Representative Hoyle for her work on this bill. It's a great bill, and with that, I will recognize for 5 minutes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of H.R. 164, the Power Act, which would allow public electric utilities to implement cost-effective hazard mitigation activities as part of power restoration. Public power utilities are essential in ensuring our communities have access to reliable and resilient electricity, especially in the aftermath of major disasters. Current law said if states and localities get cost reimbursements from FEMA for certain disaster recovery activities like restoring power, then that could make them ineligible for future hazard mitigation funds. Our communities should not have to make either-or decisions when it comes to restoring critical infrastructure in the wake of natural disasters. I'm proud to co-lead this bill alongside Representative Hoyle and encourage my colleagues to support this passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The costs of recovering from increasingly frequent severe weather events often raise the price of Americans' electric bills. This bill will help public power make their systems more resilient at the time of repair, increasing efficiency and cutting overall costs. I can't think of a more important set of bills to be passing at this time as the first bills coming up on suspension as these bills investing in our infrastructure and helping FEMA be more transparent and utilizing taxpayer dollars more efficiently. Again, I want to thank my colleague, Representative Ezell, because for prioritizing and moving this bill forward. I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, this legislation is going to provide a whole lot of needed clarity to ensure that electric utilities are not penalized for acting quickly to restore power to those impacted by natural disasters. This legislation passed the Chamber under suspension of the rules by voice vote last December, and I look forward to the House approving it again. I urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 164? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative. The gentleman recognized from Missouri.
I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays were requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 189.
The gentleman from the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 189, a bill to amend Title 40 United States Code to eliminate the leasing authority of the Securities and Exchange Commission and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentlelady from Oregon each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 189.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in 2012, the Securities and Exchange Commission violated federal law by signing a lease for 1.4 million square feet that cost taxpayers over $566 million. Investigations conducted by the Transportation Infrastructure Committee as well as the SEC's Inspector General found that the SEC had exceeded its authority with the lease. The investigations also found that the SEC had a history of mismanaging its leased authority. Recent actions taken by the SEC seem to indicate that the agency has not learned from the past. And this is why I would urge support of H.R. 189, which would revoke the SEC's leasing authority for the general office space and bring them in line with current leasing practices through the General Services Administration. I'd urge support for the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
This has been reserved. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 189, the Securities and Exchange Commission's Real Estate Leasing Authority Revocation Act. This bill revokes the independent real estate leasing authority of the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC. Congress granted the SEC independent leasing authority in 1990, which means the SEC does not use the GSA, the General Services Administration, for its real estate needs as many government agencies do. While some federal agencies have used their independent real estate leasing authority successfully, since securing their own authority, the SEC has wasted time and taxpayer dollars with failed procurements. For example, in 2010, after the SEC leased 900,000 square feet of space in the Constitution Center building in Washington, D.C., the SEC's own Inspector General found that the SEC had overestimated the amount of space needed, attempted to eliminate competition among building owners, and violated the Anti-Deficiency Act. After this incident, the SEC pledged to Congress that the agency would use the GSA to handle its real estate procurements, but the SEC has yet to follow through on that pledge and has since canceled procurements, had lawsuits, and wasted taxpayer dollars. Congresswoman Norton introduced an identical bill during the 118th Congress. That bill, H.R. 388, passed both the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and the House of Representatives on a voice vote. Unfortunately, H.R. 388 was not even considered by the Senate. It's time for Congress to return the SEC's leasing authority to the GSA, the federal government's civilian real estate arm. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
The gentlelady is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. I rise in strong support of this bill, which the House passed in the 117th and 118th Congresses. I thank Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson for bringing this bill to the floor again. This bill would revoke the independent real estate leasing authority of the Security and Exchange Commission and direct the Government Accounting Office to update its 2016 report on independent real estate leasing authority in the federal government. While a number of federal agencies have independent real estate leasing authority, the SEC has a history of egregious real estate leasing practices. In 2005, the SEC disclosed that it had under-budgeted costs of approximately $48 million for the construction of its headquarters near Union Station. In 2007, after moving its headquarters, the SEC scuffled its employees to different office space at a cost of over $3 million without any cost-benefit analysis or justifiable explanation. In 2010, the SEC conducted a deeply flawed analysis to justify the need to lease 900,000 square feet and to commit over $500 million over 10 years, overestimating its space needs by over 300%. In addition, the SEC failed to provide complete and accurate information and prepared a faulty and backdated justification and approval after it had already signed the lease. In August 2016, the General Services Administration and the SEC entered into an occupancy agreement to authorize GSA to secure a new 15-year lease. In December 2016, GSA, with the approval of the SEC, submitted a prospectus to Congress for approximately 1.3 million square feet, which Congress approved in 2018. In 2019, GSA had received final bids, resolved all protests, and even selected a final bidder. A month later, the SEC canceled the occupancy agreement, citing concerns about the value of the purchase option, which the SEC refused to document to Congress. The SEC effectively vetoed the entire 3-year procurement process, despite not having the authority or funding to exercise the purchase option without GSA's involvement. Finally, after much back and forth between the two agencies, GSA entered into a lease for new SEC headquarters in September 2021, which GSA terminated in October 2024. While the SEC has said it will continue to have GSA do its leasing in the future, the SEC's history of egregious leasing conduct, squandering millions of dollars, makes this bill necessary. The SEC's conduct risks undermining the reputation of GSA and the federal government among developers and building owners who participate in federal lease procurements. The threat of uncertainty ultimately drives up the cost of all GSA real estate procurements. It is time for Congress to return the SEC's leading authority to GSA, the federal government's civilian real estate arm. As the SEC has demonstrated over 3 decades, it is incredibly inefficient, wasteful, and redundant to have the SEC do real estate procurements when GSA exists for that very reason. Like other federal agencies, the SEC will continue to have input in the GSA's real estate decision-making process, but GSA would have the ultimate authority. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Reserves.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Since securing its own real estate leasing authority, the SEC has wasted time and money with failed procurements. And it's past time for the SEC to cede that authority back to the GSA. My colleague, Congresswoman Holmes Norton, has explained this very thoroughly and clearly. I support H.R. 189. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields the balance for time. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, by ensuring that the SEC continues to use GSA for its space needs, H.R. 189 is going to help reduce costs and protect taxpayers against wasteful spending. And I want to thank the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, her work on this bill. And with that, the legislation was agreed to in the House last Congress, so under suspension of the rules. So I look forward to seeing that happen again. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 189? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Speaker, I'd move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 144.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 144, a bill to provide that the Federal Reports Elimination and Sunset Act of 1995 does not apply to certain reports required to be submitted by the Tennessee Valley Authority and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 144.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd rise today in support of H.R. 144, the Tennessee Valley Authority Salary Transparency Act. This legislation simply reinstates an annual reporting requirement for the Tennessee Valley Authority to disclose to Congress the salaries for upper-level management. I want to thank Representatives Cohen and Burchett for their bipartisan work on this legislation, which passed this chamber in March of last year under suspension of the rules by voice vote. This bill continues years of work to make the TVA more transparent for its customers and the communities that it serves. Mr. Speaker, I urge support for H.R. 144 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Chairman Graves. I appreciate your remarks, and you are certainly an embodiment of the virtue of waivers. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 144, bipartisan legislation to promote additional transparency over the salary structure of the Tennessee Valley Authority, otherwise known as the TVA. As was said, the bill passed the House last Congress on suspension, voice vote. The TVA is the nation's largest government-owned wholesale power producer, supplying power to 10 million people across the states of Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Kentucky. This legislation corrects a change that was enacted in 1995 that removed a requirement for TVA to disclose the management structure and salaries of its executives. Today, TVA has approximately 13,000 employees, and the median salary is $160,000. They've, in essence, got 6,500 Congress people on salary doing TVA's work. That's absurd. And they've got the head of the TVA, whose salary has been reported, makes $10 million a year. He's a fine fellow, Mr. Lyash. He's really a nice guy. And he does a good job. But he was working for a Canadian firm before he got hired to run TVA, where he was making $2 or $2.5 million. I don't know if he's 4 times better than he was in the state of Canada, but he's making that. And the executives whose salaries they have to disclose are making $2 to $6 million each annually. The public should know about these salaries and know what they're getting and the salaries that are spent at TVA. Last Congress, a fair compromise was reached between our legitimate congressional oversight responsibilities over TVA and the need of TVA to retain and maintain a pool of talented, diverse, and effective management staff and executives. This bill will help ensure that Congress has the ability to provide effective oversight of the TVA and its management and executives. My prime co-sponsor is Tim Burchett. Representative Burchett has been a friend of mine since we served in the Tennessee General Assembly together, and we raised the speed limit to 70. It had been put down to 60. Didn't hurt that Mrs. Sundquist had kind of a heavy foot and helped us through with that. But I thank Tim for his co-sponsorship and urge passage of H.R. 144, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Tennessee reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my very good friend, Steve Cohen, from Memphis, Tennessee, the home of Al Green. And we had a lot of good times in the State Senate. We brought some famous people to the floor. Our dear friend Steve Cropper is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Some of his guitars are in the Smithsonian, many others. But Isaac Hayes, that's correct. Steve and I actually sang the theme from Shaft. I'm sure on the Senate floor, I'm sure somebody will dig for that, and hopefully that's been erased from history. But when we brought Isaac Hayes, that was right. I almost forgot about Isaac. And we had great relationship with those folks. And people often ask me why I'm friends with Congressman Cohen. He's probably my oldest friend up here, truth be known. He's correct. We did sponsor a bill to raise the speed limit. I think I asked for 85, knowing we'd take 70 in the House. And the week prior to that, I'd actually brought Peyton Manning to the House floor. And I think I could have probably passed communism and gotten 100 miles an hour if I wanted to that week, actually, because that was probably the most popular I've ever been in the legislature. But truth be known, why I'm so good friends with Steve Cohen is I lost my daddy years ago, and my dad was my hero. He really was. He and my mama were exceptional people. And Steve was the first person to call my mama and offer his condolences. And I always remembered we were at the graveyard trying to get the sites at Veterans Cemetery, and I remember Mama said, "Oh, Steve, you shouldn't have called. This is costing you money." And I'll never forget that, and that was my sweet mama, and she loved Steve. She prayed for Steve. I don't know if it did any good, Mr. Speaker, but I know it doesn't have anything to do about the bill, but I just think America needs to know these things.
I'm still here.
But I rise, yes, you are, and I rise in support of the TVA Salary Transparency Act. The Tennessee Valley Authority is an American public power company providing electricity to over 10 million people in Tennessee and 6 surrounding states. TVA employs over 10,000 people, some of whom make millions of dollars per year. Millions, Mr. Speaker, and this is in Tennessee. Tennesseans deserve to know how TVA operates and compensates their executives, especially when TVA covers a region that's 65,000 square miles and the compensation is to the tune of millions of dollars. There's no such thing as too much transparency, and I hope our friends in the media cover this. The TVA Salary Transparency Act requires TVA to report to Congress on the salaries of employees making more than $123,000 annually, or the highest pay rate available for federal employees. Specifically, TVA must report on those employees' names, salaries, and job responsibilities. I have continuously advocated for greater transparency from TVA in other areas as a state legislature and as mayor, as now as a congressman, and passing this bill is a step in the right direction. Once again, I'd like to thank Representative Cohen and ask my colleagues to support this bill. It will provide transparency to the millions of folks who rely on the Tennessee Valley Authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee who's not allowed to sing on this floor yields back. And the gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, so I would reserve.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I want to say, the bill has been well explained. It's an important and a good bill. And all of what Mr. Burchett said, Representative Burchett said about his father, Dean Burchett, in Tennessee, and Mrs. Burchett is true. They were wonderful people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields back. Gentleman from Missouri recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 144, it's a common sense bill. It's going to increase transparency at the TVA, and it's going to ensure that the Transportation Committee conduct appropriate oversight over the agency's actions. I'd urge support for the bill, and with that, yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 144? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, what purpose, gentlemen, seek recognition?
I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
Proceedings will resume on the motion to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 192 and H.R. 152. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 192, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 192, a bill to amend Title 49 United States Code to require Amtrak to include information on base pay and bonus compensation of certain Amtrak executives and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 407. The nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 152, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 152, a bill to amend the Disaster Recovery Reform Act of 2018 to develop a study regarding streamlining and consolidating information collection and preliminary damage assessments and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 5. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 31, resolved that the following
The gentleman
is read and printed in the record.
Without objection. And without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will be in order. Members are encouraged to take their conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Rise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. Sarah Mandy Reese on her appointment to Dean of the School of Pharmacy at the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, known as PCOM. Dr. Reese has been a part of the Georgia PCOM community since 2010, having served as the interim dean, vice chair of the Department of Pharmacy Practice, and director of interprofessional education. Before joining the PCOM community, Dr. Reese served as a pharmacy director and diabetes educator at District 2 Public Health in Gainesville, Georgia. Dr. Reese's appointment as dean is only one of her many accomplishments, among being named the PCOM School of Pharmacy Teacher of the Year for Pharmacy Practice in 2019 and Faculty Preceptor of the Year in 2022 and 2023. In Dr. Reese's new role as the dean, she will continue to advance the great mission of PCOM School of Pharmacy throughout the state of Georgia. I sincerely congratulate Dr. Reese on her accomplishments and share the excitement with the Georgia PCOM community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition. Gentlewoman.
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to rise to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor President Jimmy Carter and the legacy he leaves behind as the former president from my state of Georgia. President Carter was the small-town son of a farmer and a nurse. He carried with him humble sensibilities, strong values, and a commitment to faith that reinforced his servant leadership first in the Navy and then in the highest office in the land. His work before and after his presidency reminds us all that our capacity for impact is independent of the title that we wear or the place that we call home. President Carter cared deeply about peace and prosperity across our world, and his commitment of God's people is one that those of us from Georgia remember as we ourselves represent and serve our home state. And though he has departed this world, we know that his legacy will live on, not only through the work of the Carter Center, but through those of us inspired by his life and leadership. I hold the Carter family and all who know President Carter in my heart during this time. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the accomplishments of Elk County Catholic High School basketball coach Aaron Straub. For 45 years, Coach Aaron Straub has led the Elk County Catholic High School basketball teams, beginning as the girls' head coach before taking over the boys' program in 1983. Earlier this year, Coach Straub made history after celebrating his 1,000th career wins. Few basketball fans have witnessed this moment in Pennsylvania, as Straub is believed to be just the third Scholastic basketball head coach in state history to achieve this accomplishment. And it was only fitting to reach this milestone in the gymnasium that bears his name. That feat is not just about winning basketball games. Coach Straub has helped countless young men and women develop over nearly half a century, helping to ensure their athletic, academic, and personal success. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Coach Straub on this 1,000th career win and wish him and the Crusaders good luck for the rest of their season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as the Biden administration entered its final days in office, I was honored to participate in a joyous White House ceremony where the President signed the Social Security Fairness Act into law. After a gnawing 40-year struggle, Congress finally righted the wrongs that harmed many public employees. These include teachers, mail carriers, firefighters, police officers, librarians, postal workers, locomotive engineers, school cooks, nutrition personnel, and so many more. Finally, the Social Security Fairness Act eliminates the harmful windfall elimination provision and government pension offset. These reduced or eliminated Social Security benefits for more than 2,800,000 Americans and over 270,000 Ohioans who've served our communities. In a time of severe partisanship, 327 House members and 76 senators voted for this bipartisan legislation, a great example of working to find the big middle to benefit the American people, millions of them who worked and earned their way forward. Mr. Speaker, every single Ohioan and American should now enjoy your benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after an incredible 46 and a half years of working at the local McDonald's in Williamston, North Carolina, Flora Speller, affectionately known as Miss Flo, is hanging up her uniform and retiring. She started work on June 29, 1978, at 18 years old. A Big Mac was 90 cents, and since she's become a beloved fixture in the community. Nearly half a century, she's not just served meals, she's built strong community relationships with her customers and coworkers. She loves her customers, and they love her. Ms. Flo described McDonald's as her second home. When asked, she plans to travel more. However, she's contemplating returning to work part-time. Where? At McDonald's. Congratulations, Ms. Flo, on your retirement, and thanks for the 46 and a half amazing years. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor North Carolina Speaker of the House, Destin Hall. Last week, I had the privilege of passing the gavel to him, and I have full faith and confidence that he will ensure that our State House will continue to serve the people of North Carolina with integrity, purpose, and dedication. As a mentor and a colleague, I've watched Destin grow into an exceptional leader who listens, collaborates, and fights tirelessly for the people of North Carolina. His commitment to his constituents and his vision for a stronger, more prosperous state make him uniquely suited to this role. At this critical time, as we work to rebuild Western North Carolina, address inflation, and strengthen our communities, I know Speaker Hall will guide the North Carolina State House with wisdom and resolve. It's been an honor to work alongside him, and I look forward to the positive impact he will make as Speaker of the State House. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn at this time.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for our debate.